Well, you had a nice packed audience last Wednesday, so that's something. Oh, you've got someone. You've got some. Yeah. They've got the security guards in their talk. Yeah, look at the 3 security guards are in that talk.
Is it a security session as well?
I don't know what it's about, but
Right, it's like this.
they're paid extras apparently. We should have done that.
Paid extras.
But you do have a big online audience, so including my husband. Yeah, I think. Can they?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I need to announce it. Okay. Right, are we starting? Okay, kicking off the venture pad over here with Tom and Tim from Archiznal, one of the very deserving awards from the DF funding, and they are doing a presentation on delivering data, democratization and arbitration transparency in the AEC sector. Tom and Tim.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Right, so we're going to get going. Like I just said there, if you've got any questions at any point, just come on, let's just shout them out and just have a conversation about it. So it's nice to be here, seeing a lot of familiar faces, etc. So today we're going to talk about real-world assets on Polkadot, how we can use that with AI, and specifically how we feel that Archiznal fits into all of this. So, going into what is Archiznal. So before I went full-time in Web3, I worked in the built environment as a quantity surveyor and a cost consultant. And during my time in industry, found there was a lot of inefficiencies with process management, data management, and that led to increases in time and cost, which cost everybody a lot of money. So our focus at Archiznal is to enable developers and collaborating parties to easily interact with project data in a fully transparent manner, and this drives accountability and dispute resolution. So what we're building is a fully transparent data dashboard, which is completely open source and can be queried at any time. So the aim of what we're trying to do here is reduce the fragmentation in industry, reduce the data silos, and from that we can query it, and dispute resolution gets a lot easier and communication gets a lot easier. So we've got a little video that we prepared, so I'm going to press play on that now.
Archiznal is pioneering the way we interact with real-world assets in the built environment. By leveraging blockchain and AI, Archiznal eliminates the need for trust via the democratization of data. Architects and designers have the ability to mint their work on the Archiznal platform and attach intellectual property rights to the tokenized asset, ensuring any transfer of the design can also equate to a transfer in legal ownership. By doing so, they have access to a global marketplace and the opportunity to accrue tokens as a result of decentralized community governance. Throughout the project lifecycle, AI agents pull key milestones onto the blockchain to ensure transparency for all stakeholders, with rewards distributed for timely deliverables, increasing both efficiency and profit margins for construction developers. After project completion, stakeholders will have access to Archiznal's decentralized dispute resolution toolkit. Time and money is saved on often lengthy disputes by leveraging a pool of independent arbitrators with voting power weighted based on tokens pledged and industry experience, and protected by pseudo-anonymous digital identities, or DIDs.
Cool. That video will be coming out in Spanish as well, and I'll explain a little bit about why that is in a second. So, okay, so that's really what we're doing. Here's the reason why, and here's the problems that we have in industry right now. So you see the lovely branches here are the issues that we have, and the solutions that we're proposing are the routes. So in construction projects, you have multiple stakeholders using multiple different toolings, right? So design management, project management, payments, etc. And what happens when you have multiple people using multiple toolings is that you have silos of data, right? And so when you have silos of data, it becomes very difficult to unravel who is responsible for what when a dispute arises. So 70% of construction projects exceed their budget by 10%, which is pretty crazy, especially when you think about large-scale projects like, I don't know, for example, Wembley Stadium in London, HS2 in the UK as well. We just can't deliver a project on time or on budget. So this is where we're proposing to have a all-in-one solution where we API into existing project management solutions, and we don't have to have the steep learning curve of people using blockchain. We just tap into existing products. So the first issue that we're looking to solve, the lowest hanging fruit, is the disconnected global workforce. And how we're going to do this is we're going to explain this now. So we've spent the last 6 months in South America doing brand activation events for Artisanal. We've been talking to architects, engineers, students, just really kind of validating our problem statement. And from this, in our last event in Buenos Aires in the end of June, we announced a partnership with the IA Lab, and just want to take the time to shout out Marina and Gigi for being absolutely instrumental in making this happen, and we're super excited about this. So, why partnership? So, what we're aiming to do is we're aiming to challenge industry norms and present a new way of how we can approach construction projects. So the University of Buenos Aires is a super interesting case, right? It's completely free to attend. All of the lecturers are alumni, and and consistently one of the top performing universities in Latin America and the world, and they've got this flywheel of talent. But we're proposing that we use our platform to help redevelop some of the campus facilities there. And this gives us the opportunity to test out our product as well. So we will be running the world's first on-chain architecture competition, and the winning design will get built in real life. And what this does is this shows how we can use decentralized decision-making to democratize data and to show that you can have a different way of making positive impacts on community-built products. So as we continue our relationship with UBA, we're going to be doing iterative feedback and continuing to add cool features like staking, DIDs, and eventually we'll have this all-in-one project management solution. So we're super excited for this. Okay, so I'll go through this quickly because this is kind of what the video showed, but this is a little flow about how we see the product working for the MVP on this slide, and then the next slide will be the post-MVP. So you post a job advert on the platform like you would on Fiverr or Upwork or anything similar. People can then tender for the work. So you use it in exactly the same instance as using your own project management software. You upload, and then there's tokenized designs now. And you can attach IP to the metadata. So we're working with the guys at Logion. They're doing some really cool stuff with this. And once the design's tokenized, as you can see there, any trace of transfer is on the blockchain. And then future sales give the original creator access to royalties. So architecture is huge, designers are awesome, but there's no creator economy there yet. This is what we propose, that we're going to bring this to architecture and engineering. And then looking a little bit further down the line, we want to put all key decisions on stage on our platform. So during the build phase, every decision is put on chain, and then this gives absolute transparency. And then what happens as we go through, if there's ever a dispute, people can just read the blockchain, and then from there, arbitrators can then make a decision as to who is responsible for what time and what cost. And Tim's going to touch on this in a second. But the whole idea here is that we're really just trying to have open source and decentralized decision-making within architecture and construction. So I'm going to pass it over to Tim now, I believe.
Right. Can you hear me? Cool. So why blockchain? You've got the obvious benefits. Smart contracts, automating payments. You've got rewards distributed for timely deliverables to increase the efficiency for all stakeholders throughout the build. What really sets Artisanal apart is our dispute resolution toolkit, which is completely decentralized. We leverage a pool of independent arbitrators, which gives everyone fair and equal access to arbitration events. Next slide. So by leveraging game theory principles, we ensure that the network's not spammed. So any stakeholder in the build process can enter into a dispute. By doing so, they have to pledge a certain amount of tokens. Both parties in the dispute will have to pledge the tokens. If similar to what you see in Polkadot with validators earning rewards and getting slashed for whether they're good or bad actors. So if it's a bad dispute or if they've got no case, they'll get slashed. And tokens that are slashed from essentially the loser of the case, they go to reward the arbitrators. So these arbitrators are distributed globally. Their industry credentials are leveraged via DIDs, so via something like Kilt. And yeah, that's about it. Cool, thank you.
Yeah. If anyone's got any questions, just feel free to shout them out, yeah.
Yeah, so in the step that you are showing, are you guys planning at some point to integrate in tools like Autodesk? You know, like you were saying that to put the design, and then will we at some point, let's say I'm an architect, I'm doing my tender and I'm doing designs, I can put my copyright, and will I be able as well with those copyright and templates?
Exactly the same way that you would do normally, and then because it's an NFT, right? So like you can sell it on an artisanal platform, but again, any key decision it would be then put on chain, right? So it's the IP, but if you sell something on Autodesk, you don't have IP attached to that, right? So a big problem that is happening with architecture competitions is that designs get stolen, and they're expensive to enter as well. So what we're proposing here is that for this competition, put your designs on chain. You don't have to pay to enter. And then you can also sell the designs as well afterwards as well. So you can actually earn from participating rather than having to pay to participate.
Thanks.
Thanks. Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom and Tim. We're just going to switch over laptops here, and then I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Hello. Okay, thank you for bearing with us. We're back with the live stream now. We've got Aaron Zhao here with us from AdMeta, and his presentation is on an AI-based deep-in marketing platform. Thank you, Aaron.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Aaron. You can also call me Han. So today I would like to present my project, which is called AdMeta. It's a decentralized marketing platform focusing on transparency and privacy. So currently, especially in Europe, if you live here, you know that privacy laws are getting more and more intense. And for example, in Europe, the GDPR, which limits a lot of things, especially for advertisers, because they complain like they are not allowed to use this and that data from users. And also at the same time, users complain about data trust. For example, there are a lot of things you can see in the current news regarding like the data breaches and also some other kinds of data misuse stuff. And that's the current situation. And we really want to find a way to first protect users' private data, and also at the same time to allow advertisers to use data freely from users. That's why we come up with this solution is to leverage blockchain and advanced cryptography to build a decentralized advertising platform. So our platform is featured with decentralization and also transparency. So this is better for advertisers because advertisers can easily find out their conversions and also their advertising data directly through the blockchain. It's totally transparent. And also, it's easier for them to optimize their marketing strategies because they understand that all of their data from our platform is totally true because it's every conversion reflects a true user. And last but not least, we focus on privacy. So we should keep protect users' privacy at the same time. Let me just show our product. So our product to users is a very simple browser extension. So you can see that it's like a wallet, and it connects to our testnet right now. So first you can see you can check your balance. This is the most obvious show on the wallet. And also you can do a lot of configurations. And also there's the most important and useful feature which is to allow you to match some relevant data, some relevant advertisement according to your private data. I will show it with with the demo video. So for example, users, we search something like a keyword, it's called AdMeta, and then there will be a advertisement popped out during the search. If user is interested in this advertisement, user will interact with the advertisement, and also the user can complete the predefined tasks from this advertisement and also claim for their rewards. And this is like a typical process of user flow of our product. And users just get some rewards directly from advertisers instead of allowing the platform to get some money from advertisers and users get nothing. And here are some features of our browser extensions. First is it's privacy focused, as I mentioned. We want users to install it. It's not only popping up advertisements. It should have some useful features. That's the first thing. So we believe that our users are more focused on privacy related stuff. So we have more customized features, especially for Web3. So there are Web2 ad blocking, and also there's like Web3 anti-phishing stuff, because there are a lot of like scams in Web3, and users like some novice users, they don't really understand if this, for example, a DeFi website is like the authentic one or not. So we help users to do that by minimizing users like the risk of being scammed. And also, users can configure their own preferences of their advertisement. Let's make a very simple example. If you just new to Brussels, for example, you are very interested in some like local food or some chocolate here, because it's very famous for its Belgian chocolate. You can configure it in AdMeta's extension. And by doing that, there might be some advertisers which is related to like maybe some chocolate stores. They can just target this kind of users, and this will be a very perfect example, because the users like actively select that, okay, I'm interested in this kind of stuff, and by doing that, the conversion rate will be way higher comparing to some passively advertisements. And also, as I just mentioned, this like conversion-based rewards. So this will be, the rewards will be relatively high comparing to, viewing some random videos or something directly from the YouTube or something else. Revenue drivers. The first one is user engagement, which I just mentioned, because we have rewards. Users are more willing to participate in our stuff. So the user engagement is like the major motivation from users to use our stuff, which makes advertisers more willing to pay revenues to us. And also about the ad performance and optimization, advertisers are more easy, and also they have a clear insights of their marketing campaigns, so it's better for them to optimize their marketing strategies. And also we are like GDPR and CCPA compliant, which makes advertisers less worried about some violation of some laws related stuff. Our main competitors are Brave. We all know that it's a very big one, and also it's in Web3, and also Google Ads. Comparing to them, we use more transparent and also verifiable advertising for the whole stuff. For what happens is everything is on blockchain. And also our incentive model, as mentioned, is conversion-based. It's relatively high rewards comparing to attention-based. And also we provided like the user preferences stuff, as I explained in the example. And our adoption cost is relatively low comparing to Brave, because users just need to install like a browser extension instead of migrating to a new browser. And based on our competitors, we just roughly calculated like the our market cap is market size is around 8 to 12 billion annual. Because the digital advertising market is very big and also is growing from time, we believe this number will get bigger later. Our strategy to go to market. First, we would like to attract more privacy-conscious users. As I mentioned, they might be new to Web3, and they don't know much about Web3. So we help them to build a more secure world for them to start their journey in Web3. And also we focus on niche market, which focus on small and medium-sized businesses, and they are more interesting to like cost-effective and transparent advertising solutions. Also, we would like to grow our strategic partnerships to expand our scenarios not only in the browser extensions, but also like integration to other websites and other industries, for example. And we chose Polkadot, and previously we got the Web3 Foundation grant, and also we used the substrate to build our MVP. And because we need a lot of computations for the advertisement matching algorithms, so this is like substrate is a perfect framework for us. And besides that, we want to attract more like ecosystem partners from Polkadot. And last but not least, of course, we benefit from the shared security of Polkadot. And currently, our team, I'm like the CEO and a core dev. We have another 2 full stack engineers and 1 graphic designers, and also 2 advisors. Our roadmap, the first milestone, we want to release our browser extensions, and then in milestone 2 next year, we will launch our mainnet to our partners only, and in M3 we will release our mainnet publicly. Tokenomics. We will have our own token, which will be used for the payment of advertisements. And also, there will be a treasury. This treasury is especially for those active users because it's not only, because as our business model, we reward users who completed the advertisement tasks. There could be some users who haven't matched a lot of advertisements. So we will like reward active users so that there will be more users to use our extensions as well. We ask for 1 million for 5% of our total valuation. And it will be used in 1 year, and the team will be expanded to like 10 to 12. That's it. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Do you have any questions at all? No? No? Okay, thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to switch around, and then I'll be introducing the next speaker.
Yeah. Okay. We still have 7 minutes left before I need to say anything. But I want to make use of the time and promote a little bit the PBA. And the reason why I want to do that is I was also part of the, nothing to do with this presentation, by the way, just filling up time. The PBA is actually the Blockchain Academy. And they do that, I think next year there is a new cohort. The last one was in Singapore. The guy just before me, he was in Singapore, and with Polkadot, we helped him to fine-tune also his pitch. And I was with Christian before that was in Hong Kong. That was in February. That was also a PBA. So if you think I want to, it could be that you're a technical founder or just a developer, whatever, and you want to deep dive really into the technical part or just learn a little bit more about how it all works, I would definitely recommend the Polkadot Blockchain Academy, so the PBA. So look it up if you want, and you know, you can subscribe, I think, and then the next one is next year, somewhere in Q1. So yeah, so I use now the time, and then I come back to present something.
Okay, I think this man needs no introduction. Mario Schrappen from Link Car. He is going to be talking to you about the tokenization of vehicle data in a presentation which I've seen and is fantastic. Own your drive, data and destiny. Thanks, Mario.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So, my name is indeed Mario. I'm from Belgium. And I'm the founder of Linkcar. I'm going to talk about that. So, I have an IT background. I hold an MBA. And people also call me a kind of serial entrepreneur because I started already some Web2 companies and then I sold them. I'm also the founder of Polkadot, where we help founders to refine their pitch and get them in front of investors. That's basically what we do. We had a nice event yesterday about that. Now, this will be, funny enough, an interactive session. That means that you think here that you will be sitting here and listening. That is totally wrong. So this will be interactive, so I will ask you a couple of times to raise your hand if you agree or not. So let's give it a try for the very first time. So who thinks I'm going to talk about cars? If you think I'm going to talk about cars, you can raise your hand. Okay, good. First, I'm going to talk about something else. So that's the interactive part. So I need you to be with me for this one. Use your imagination. I'm going to build, let's say, this one, a sleek, really modern camera, but there is seamless integration with AI, and it's all connected in the cloud. And let's say that this camera not only captures high-resolution images, but it also uses AI for advanced features like, real-time object recognition, whatever. Now, because it's connected, that's a good thing, it can instantly store and process any data, and it's 50 times better and faster than your smartphone. So the question is, that's the interactive part again, who would buy this kind of camera? 50 times better, it's really cheap, who would buy this camera? Okay, good. We're almost there. Now imagine when you buy this camera, there is a kind of contract. A very long contract, which you normally don't read. Nobody reads it. And it says that all data belongs to the company selling the camera. You grant them actually unrestricted rights to use all of your pictures, including selling them for profit for as long as you live. So all the pictures, they go to the clouds, and if I sell you the camera, I can do whatever I want with the pictures. So, again, who would buy this kind of camera? No one. That's strange. Why do we agree then that we do it for connected cars? Because basically, 96% of all cars are connected. Connected, the same thing, like I said for the camera, means the device is connected, all the data goes to the cloud, you don't own that data. This is actually a computer on wheels. It collects lots of data, but the car manufacturer collects the data. Now we all understand that, they keep track of how we drive, arrow codes of the car, your preferred radio station, whatever, but they also collect all your personal phone calls. They collect where you stopped and even your sexual activity, if you have any. You don't need to raise your hands now. So what I think is, I hope that car companies, guard my personal information or your personal information as securely as Fort Knox. Otherwise, we could have a problem. And there is already a problem. Mozilla, which is a famous research organization, they invested the most common car manufacturers. Anyone, Volvo, BMW, you name it. And the result was, modern cars are just a privacy nightmare. And we all thought, we're in the IT, we all thought that Facebook and Google was a problem. But now it seems that connected cars are actually a real privacy problem. Now, I was not the only one concerned about, let's say, monitoring sexual activities by car companies. This tweet, seems a famous guy, got almost 700,000 views. And that is just normal. Why is that normal? We, as consumers, we expect something. 92% of all of us, we think we control who can see our vehicle data. The reality is that 76% of all car companies, they sell your personal data. Not just data, your personal data. And that is huge. So how much money do they make? According to McKinsey, selling vehicle data will generate 750 billion. 750 billion for your personal data. So it's the same as with the camera. I don't know if you feel it also. It's you know, I get a strange feeling about this. It's completely unfair if you look at this. You know, we paid for the hardware, full price, the car, and yet the moment we start to drive, the data is being sold. It's being commercialized. So the thing is, shouldn't we democratize vehicle data and distribute that 750 billion, thank you, among us, the drivers, because we are actually the data creators. So my personal mission is we're all gonna own it. We're gonna own the data. Now, when I spoke first about this concept, people thought that I was loco in the brain. Because people asked me, how do you convince car manufacturers actually to share that data, to share that 750 billion? That will never work. Well, they are forced to. They are forced to thanks to the EU Data Act, which has been signed in November last year. And the Data Act literally says the driver is the owner of the data. So the opportunity to democratize vehicle data is actually now. Now, we've built this on Peak and Polkadot. And how it works is everything starts with the driver. We have 3 simple steps in the entire process. First, you know, they download our app. It's based on the, based on the unique VIN number that we get. We gather all vehicle data, all available data, and we deliver it directly back to the user. It's all in compliance with existing legislation. The second step is those mobility partners here on the right, they are now interested in the data, all the data that you have. So they go to a kind of, we call it marketplace, and they ask you, hey, Mr. Driver, can you share your data? If you share me your mileage, for instance, I'm going to give you 5 tokens in return. So you get paid now for sharing your own data. And then those tokens, so you get tokens, and those tokens, you can use them again in the entire mobility ecosystem. So you can go the next time when you want to renew your insurance contract, you can use all the tokens that you've got over here and pay for a portion for the insurance contract or replacement of tires, whatever. Now, the main goal, what we want to achieve with this is, remember there is the EU Data Act, there is that law. Our goal is that car manufacturers would recommend our neutral solution to their customers whenever data ownership is involved. So that means that car manufacturers remain compliant and they don't have any extra cost. That's a little bit what we want to achieve. Now, competition. I said it yesterday here on the stage, if you say there is no competition, that's a red flag. We have competition, but in today's world, there's actually no one that comply with the EU Data Act, right? Now, on this screen, an interesting one is the one on the left. It's Dymo. They raised, and that's also interesting, 2 years ago, $9 million in a seed round. They are also using tokens. They're also using blockchain. So it's a kind of proof that that works. They are using Ethereum. We will be of course, using Polkadot and the partners, but it seems to work there. We have a different approach, but it works. Now, what we're doing today is with Linkcar, we are raising 5 million. And what is interesting to know is that on the right side, you see it, Europe is already part of our shareholder. So they believe in what we do, and they also truly believe in the fact that, hey, we need to give data back to the owner of the data, and that is us, the drivers. So we have also already signed also letter of intents with big different global brands. You see it also on the screen. And I think today we are the only one focusing on the EU Data Act, and that makes a really, really big difference. We have proven that we can execute as well. Now that 5 million is needed to just be the first on the market and hire an amazing team, because we truly believe that Linkcar can be the leader here in Europe. Now, to summarize, and then I see the time, then I still need to talk a lot, but that's fine. Now, if you listen to this and you think, I still trust my car manufacturer, oh, I don't know what the problem is, that's fine. But if you like me and you think, this is a little bit funny what they do with the data, I'm driving, I'm not getting anything, and they are getting paid for doing nothing just to collect my data, then you need to follow us. If you're concerned about your privacy, whatever, and you just think this is totally unfair, I want to own my vehicle data, then Linkcar is actually the solution. So we have support from Europe, they're on our cap table, and we just need that extra financial help to turn this vision into reality. Because what I truly am convinced of, that we can be the next unicorn just by democratizing vehicle data. That's it. Thank you. You want to ask a question? Oh, wait. I'm going to give you, Lucy will give you the mic.
How can we have information on this? And is this a deep-in project?
Yeah, I did not use the deep-in word yet. That's my mistake, probably. But yes, this is actually a deep-in project, right? Because Peak is only focusing on, where we are building on is only focusing on deep-in. Yeah.
With the seed round.
How do you get involved? Simple. You just pay me 5 million and you're in. But you're looking for the app, etc. I think the app will be released in September. We have now a proof of concept working, just to fine tune also, because we saw also some flaws there in the process. But you need to wait until September. Or get me the 5 million. Any other questions? Yes.
Great idea, great pitch, but how does your app prevent car manufacturers selling you data anyway? I didn't really get the relationship.
Yes. They are not allowed to anymore. So if you don't give your consent, that's the magic word nowadays in Europe, consent. If you don't give your consent, they are not allowed to. So yeah, that's the legal answer. How it really works, I don't know, but that's the legal answer. Yeah, they're not allowed to.
Hello, I was wondering about the connection between collecting the data and the car. Is it just a cell phone that you need, or do you need a black box that connects to the car?
That's a very good question. So in the very beginning when we started, we approached also car manufacturers and we asked also, hey, please give us data. They said, obviously, no. Or you need to pay us because we want to have that 750 billion. So we thought to be smart, and we did indeed a test with, it's called an OBD device, an onboard diagnostics, that is being used in the port of the car. So you have your steering wheel, and most of the time it's just below the steering wheel. That's also used by your car dealer. When you have a problem with the car, they take out a computer and they stick something in that's the same thing. That is horrible to use. So I'm glad that we don't use that anymore. So now we just go to the car manufacturer, we use the APIs that they already have and get the data from there. So there is no external device needed anymore because that's just not scalable, what we want to achieve. So no. On the other hand, we are talking with a, can I say that? Yeah, I can say this. We are talking with a big chips manufacturer because they want to build something inside a car, like a small blockchain thing, And that is quite interesting. But that's not for now or next year. That is far future. You have a follow-up question.
So that means your service is not suitable for old timers?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is today we work directly with the APIs of the car manufacturer. We also have in Sweden, I believe, we have an agreement with an OBD, device company that delivers OBD devices, and the data that they collect will also be on our platform. So yes, it is possible for an old timer to be on our platform as well, and to share the data.
Okay, so my question is if there's a limitation on the year of the car that when it
No,
was built.
there is no. If we work with the OBD device, there is no. But we will never do the own OBD devices anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. So regarding the question, I think you have an old timer then, a young timer. That's also fine. Any other questions from the audience? Oh, wait. Lucy is there running.
I mean, like you say, we're not in September, but do you have like any social networks we can follow information?
Absolutely. Reach out to me via LinkedIn. That's the Web 2 thing, I know, but that works for me perfectly. Type in my name, which is now not here anymore, but wait. Let's go back. I think it's on the first slide. Yes. So, it's my name. Follow me, send me a message on LinkedIn, whatever. And yeah, happy to reach out again. But say that you were here in the audience, huh? Just not connect. Okay, any other question? Nothing? Okay. I hoped you liked the interactive session. It was the first one that I tried it. And okay, I'm here the entire day. If you have any questions, just reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mario. We're just going to do a quick switch around with the screens, and I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Okay, we're ready for our next presenter. We've got Peter Valinsky from the Gear Foundation and Vara Network. And he's going to be speaking on Vara bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 4, which is the first time I've heard that. Welcome, Peter.
Yes. Hi everyone. So let's talk about Vara Network and how it's bridging the gap between Web 2 developers and Web 4. So first of all, there are traditional practices in Web 2 world. People there used to work with SaaS technologies, ready-to-use frameworks, a lot of experience for the end users, which is very different from Web 3, where people had to write code which is Solidity, for example, smart contracts, very specific and domain language specific technologies. And users, just normal clients, they have to walk through a big path, like installing wallets, getting tokens, participate in all this DeFi, or use DEXs to obtain them, and then later they need to sign a lot of transactions just to interact with the Web3 stack. And when we started to develop Vara Network, so we aimed in two directions. We wanted to loosen the barrier for the devs to become on Web3, and also loosen the barrier for the clients of these devs. So for the normal users who are just using some sort of just traditional application or the app, so they shouldn't notice the difference in this sense in terms of usability. So we do it from both directions, and today we will be more specific about the second direction, where we loosen the barrier for the end users. But just to have some words about developers, so we have a separate slide for this. So we provide execution engine which able to execute smart contracts which are written in Rust, compiled into WebAssembly, and there are no domain-specific languages there required, so any dev who is familiar with Rust can write smart contract, program on Vara, deploy it, launch, and there will be 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes work for any Web2 guy to come and build using our additional toolkits to build simple applications. We are working right now also in the direction of creating a framework for Web2 guys who are familiar with the different techniques of coding, like combining different classes and functionalities into one smart contract, for example, and some stack of the microservice architecture where smart contracts easily interact with each other and with the user. As for the end users, we understood that the barrier is actually very high for those who are using Web3 stack, so we provide a gasless transactions, so-called vouchers. So any person can nominate any account with Vara tokens to be used to interact with the network without, without necessity to buy tokens. And it can be restricted to interact only with particular dApps or smart contracts or with the network itself, wide network itself. Then we build a tooling to provide signless transactions, because if you interact with the network and constantly had to click sign it, it's not very user-friendly. We, using both techniques, provide some sort of account abstraction layer which allows any Web2 user to come to the page, web page, and just start interacting with the blockchain by means of signing with email, for example, or signing with the Telegram. And under the hood, there will be all the Web3 tech stack there. So there will be signing transaction, accounts, key pairs, and Vara tokens, which are used for the payment of the gas. But for the end user, it will be invisible, so there will be no difference like Web2 and Web3 experience. And on top of it, we also understand that there is a particular thing in Web3 in terms of the blockchain is like an open book. So any state you store on a blockchain can be read by anyone. And sometimes for the games specifically, it just doesn't feel good. Because if you are playing cards, for example, there is no sense that all the cards deck are stored on the blockchain and visible for everyone. This is a no game. So we provide built-in functionality for ZK onto our network. So, and there are some examples on VaraWiki how to play poker, for example. And from one point of view, everyone is sure that there is no cheating. And from the other standpoint, no one sees the cards before they are on the table. So let's speak about payless transactions a bit. Just walk through how it was for the users without the feature. So the flow is like create the wallet, go to exchange, then you need to register and verify like KYC to buy tokens normally. Then you buy it, transfer to your external wallet, and only after this you are starting to play, which is kind of clunky. And we see that a lot of users are out of the network just because the path is way too hard for them to, to follow. And when we introduced these transactions, we tested it on multiple Web2 users and see that it's much easier for them, and then kind of very easy to start playing, to start interacting with whatever dApp, and the adoption rate is quite high of this thing. And the framework itself is quite flexible. It allows smart contracts by themselves to nominate users for their usage, so it's like fully distributed. Or you can create your own backend who will issue vouchers for end users, and then they can interact with the network or your dApps. So some words on the underlying technology stack of execution engine. So Vara itself based on execution engine, which is a bit abstract, so it doesn't actually rely on the Polkadot or substrate, but embedded into it as a palette. And it's based on actor model, which allows to do a parallel execution on multiple processors. That's number one. And without in a synchronous way, which is very common for Web2 guys, for Web2 developers. So everything is async there. Then we have persistent memory, so-called feature, which allows Web2 guys to write code which lacks the domain-specific language, so they don't need to know about blockchain, storing on a database, whatever. They just have their program, it has memory, it's persisted and loaded between the execution of particular commands, and persisted on a blockchain. So, due to actor model, it's really composable into microservice architecture. So that way that Web2 guys, which are familiar building this, they are kind of in a familiar environment. It's much easier for them to create their own architecture. So the use cases around it, it's normally, there are no particular ones which we are best for, but we are white framework but there are some games use cases, DeFi, like building an order book, or dynamic NFTs, which evolves through time and can evolve block to block, because we have features like continuous execution through multiple blocks, or some other just traditional stuff. But let's just try the payless and signless transactions, how they work. So if you have a sub-wallet application, let's start it. If no, you can just download a sub-wallet on your device, and then we can all play it to game battleships. So just a question, how many of you have sub-wallets? Okay, one. So I will try to show screencasts from my device. But to those who want to play, you need to navigate in D apps, gaming and battleships inside Subwallet. That's the D app which is created on Vara. Just a second, I will do a screencast. Yeah, seems works. So if you open Subwallet, you will have this DApps tab at the bottom, and you can select games on the top in the categories and start like the battleship game. Oops. There are gasless transactions toggle and signless transaction toggle. You need to click on it. So signless transactions, they create so-called sessions which last for 30 minutes just for the security, because the key pair for this session is stored inside the browser and it's not like secure to have them stored for eternity. So you need to create some sort of a password to, you know, unlock, but that's quite easy. Then we create a signing, so we kind of sign and authorize this key pair stored in the browser to interact with the Battleship contract on behalf of this subwallet. So we just approve it, and my account like has 0 Vara to itself, so I kind of playing without having the Vara. Now I can start the game. So for this, if you're familiar with battleships, it's like normally a 2-player game. In this one, we are playing with a smart contract who is like mimicking the player, and we just set our battleships on the field, and just a second. Shit. And yeah, and smart contract is playing as our opponent. So we just tap on a different field landmarks to check whether there are some battleships, and if there are, there will be a blast like this. So I did a hit. So and the smart contract, my opponent also had a hit. So on the top left corner, you see that it starts sinking my ship. One of my ships is dead, but we can like continue playing like this. And you see, there are all of these transactions are actually happening on chain, but there are no interaction in terms of I don't spend any Vara myself, and I don't need to sign it. So that's in essence like an example how the thing is working. You always can play in this game, other show games, and which we're showcasing in the subwallet or on our wiki pages and example pages. And also, if you are interested in building such tech or creating new dApps or embedding this technology in your own existing dApps, you are very welcome to come to wiki page, to join our Discord, Telegram, and ask questions there. We're always happy to help. Oh, what's happened? Sorry. It goes to sleep probably. Yeah. So, yes. Just come to our resources, read about it. There are a lot of examples, templates, open source, GitHub, so you can embed easily into any DApp which is built. For example, front end is built on TypeScript using Gear.js library, which is like built on top Polkadot.js library. So if you are already in Polkadot stack, so it will be just no-brainer to start. Thank you. Do you have any questions? No? Good.
Right, then thank you very much, Peter. That was a fantastic talk. We give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to switch over laptops and then I'll introduce the next speaker. You want? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you for bearing with us here and at home. We have our last pitch of the afternoon before we go to a break, and we've got Polkadot with Zenith Blocks. Simplify the complex, transform your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here and to meet you. My name is Polkadot. I am from Zenith Blocks. So since April of this year, at Zenith Blocks, we have been working on a complete solution to seamlessly integrate institution legacy system with Web3. No, this is not the one. Sorry. Yeah. As you know, blockchain offers a lot of opportunity for institutions. And we believe that blockchain can transform them only if it's easy to adapt. So, to facilitate the adoption of blockchain in the institution, we offer them 3 core components. A universal adapter using standard connector to seamlessly integrate legacy system with blockchain. And by the way, today institutions are familiar with connector because they use them through some iPaaS solution. iPaaS is integration platform as service solution, like for example Boomi, like MuleSoft, like SnapLogic. We also offer them a BPS compiler, which allow them to generate automatically smart contract from business processes. And also, as I mentioned, companies are familiar with business processes because they use them with some solution like, for example, Bonita, like also Camunda. And at the end, to give them control, we offer them a rule engine called Frontier Blocks. Frontier Blocks allow institutions to inject automatically business rules in smart contracts and allowing them at the end to control and monitor online transactions in real time. Our solution is easy to adapt for institutions because we don't reinvent the rule. All the concepts that we use are already used inside the institution. So that allows us to easily make the transition from using legacy system and connect them to the blockchain. Now, I will show you a recorded video that explains the feasibility of our core component. Take a look.
Recently, the financial industry has increasingly recognized blockchain's value in improving operational efficiency through ensuring transparency, enhancing security, decentralization, and facilitating data exchange. And when leveraged by companies, blockchain offers benefits such as cost efficiency, liquidity enhancement, and revenue growth opportunities. However, integrating blockchain protocols into a company's system can be daunting due to the high cost and significant time required for custom development. Introducing Zenith Blocks, a platform designed to help financial companies integrate their infrastructure with blockchain technology. Its core component, the BPC compiler, achieves this by generating blockchain smart contracts from BPMN process models. Today, BPMN and BPMS, business process management systems, are widely used in corporations. They provide a detailed description of both inter and intra-organizational interactions across various scenarios. By managing and monitoring these processes, optimal and efficient execution are ensured. Generating smart contracts from these models further enhances the automation and security of these processes. It also ensures the seamless integration of blockchain protocols into a company's existing infrastructure, so they can bypass the high costs and lengthy development times, allowing digital transformation to be achieved smoothly while embracing innovative blockchain solutions. So how does this component work, you might ask? Well, here's the overall architecture of the BPSC compiler. The first layer of the architecture contains a validation component that ensures that the input adheres to BPMN 2.0 specifications. Once validated, the input is processed by the Elixir and parser layer that generates an abstract syntax tree representing the input file structure. This tree is then conceptualized by the intermediate representation layer in order to simplify handling the input's complexity and variety of form. Finally, the code generation layer uses this intermediate representation to create blockchain smart contracts in the targeted language specified, among other things, in the configuration file.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a live demonstration is even more valuable. In this part of the presentation, we will be taking a look at the BPSC Business Process to Smart Contract Transpiler. This component is of paramount importance to the ZenithBlocks product suite. The BPSC Transpiler is a command line application that takes an input BPMN and converts it to a smart contract expressed in the selected target language. The input BPMN we will be using is called the expense reimbursement process. This business process is a classical example containing various BPMN elements like user tasks, user task forms, diverging exclusive gateways, lanes, and pools. We wish to convert this business process to a Solidity smart contract. Therefore, we will call the BPSC transpiler from the command line and pass the path to the input BPMN as an argument. We can see that the BPSC command line application has provided us with the generated Solidity smart contract. Let's deploy our smart contract in a test Ethereum network. We will be using Remix to compile, deploy, and interact with our generated expense reimbursement process smart contract. Let us start by compiling the contract. As we can see, the compilation was successful and no errors were reported. The next step is to now deploy our smart contract. We will navigate to the Deploy and Run tab and paste in the initial address values for different process lanes. In our first transpilation specification, each lane is represented by an address. Now that the contract has been deployed, we can see that different functions were exposed to us. In order to start the process, we need to call the start process function. However, only an account in the employee lane can do so. We will test this by attempting to run the start process function from a finance manager account. And as expected, the transaction failed and we received an error stating that the sender is not authorized to perform this action. We will switch to an employee, which is the one and only account who is allowed to start the process. We run the start process function and the transaction was successful. We can see here that an event has been emitted stating that the process has started. Now we will input data for the Create Expense Report user task, as if we're using a normal business process management software. And as you can see, the transaction was successful once more. Let's say someone from outside the process pool attempts to use these viewer functions to view the expense report data that we just submitted. The transaction was rejected, and we cannot see the expense reimbursement claim. That should teach us not to be nosy. Let's say we are the manager, and we wish to view this expense reimbursement claim. We'll use the manager account and try to call the viewer function. The function returns the data and we can view it. Now let's try to break the execution flow by skipping the review expense report manager.
So in this demo, we are just trying to explain you the easiest way for us to convert business process model into smart contract. In our current model, we generate from business processes, we can generate Solidity smart contract, and we target generating also Inc. smart contract. So in this diagram, you can notice that we also integrate like compliance, like handling, because we have in the business process model some like concept related to how we implement like rule-based like access control. For example, based on the lane on, or also based on some concept called like pools. So the next module is called like frontier blocks. We'll jump on
and the
that. I will
gateway.
accelerate a little bit to go on frontier blocks. No. Sorry. It's not going. I want to accelerate. Yeah, I want to accelerate the video. From there? Yeah. So. Now go somewhere. Yeah. I'm not. It's not going. Okay, no problem. It's okay. Okay. So, sorry for this the problem, the small problem. So, to summarize our solution, as I mentioned, we offer 3 components. We offer universal adapter. The adapter allows institutions to connect the legacy system with all blockchain, all kind of blockchain. The second component is BPSC compiler. The BPSC compiler allows company institution to connect the legacy system directly to the blockchain by generating smart contract using the business process they already use, the existing business processes. They don't need to code anything. They give just the business process to our system and we generate the smart contract. The third component is called frontier blocks. What frontier blocks does? It's allow company, institution in general, to inject business rule in smart contract. Because as we know, what is happening on chain is almost anonymous. And for the legacy purpose, enterprise need to have a control on what is happening on chain. So we give them a possibility to inject business rules, like for example KYC, or for example geographical limitation in the smart contract, and at the end they can control and monitor what is happening on chain. Sorry for the inconvenience. And we are looking for investor. Yeah, we are a small team based in Morocco, and we are looking for investor. Sorry for this issue. Yeah. Sorry.
What's that? Oh, well, hang on. Is there more? No. Oh, yep. Okay. No questions? Okay. Well, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll see you back here. Thank you. Okay, we're kicking off the venture pad. Again, please come take your seats for Haider Shahan and his company Whale Pass. Okay, Whale Pass, Web3 enabled tools for game developers. There we go. You've got one.
Hello, hello. Come on, people. Approach. Don't be shy. Come on. All right. All right. I don't think they hear me. Okay, awesome. Hello, people at home. All right, so I'll get started by giving a little bit of introduction about myself. My name is Haider, and I come from a company called Consensus. I joined that company back in 2018. I was working on a few different projects back then relating to DeFi, future of work, esports, and gaming, obviously. And from there, we actually spun out a company called Community Gaming, still alive right now. It's the CEO still running it. Then I resigned about 1 year and a half ago, and a few members did as well to join in with Whale Pass because we were very excited about this idea of building tools for game developers to utilize Web3. We understood there's a whole lot to do there, and we went on our journey. So, what did we do when we first started the company? We built the B2B side of the business. We created something that helps a game developer roll out live services into their game super seamlessly. So if you are someone that has a game demo, or anything that could be really gamified, you could utilize this dashboard to create something that's more exciting from within the game and give out rewards to the players. Then we went out into the market. We went to a whole lot of different game developer conferences. We went to GDC, AGC, and a few others in Istanbul. And we understood that there is a major challenge in gaming in general. The whole industry is kind of going through that right now. Okay. So there is a huge increase of supplying games. This is mainly happening because a lot of game development studios are still doing layoffs, and they've been doing it for a few months, maybe up to a year now. And this is causing a lot of those game veterans that have been working at EA, a whole lot of other studios, to resign and go create their own studios. So the tools are out there. Game engines are super easy to use. Education services are online, so anybody can really make a game. So currently we're seeing 30 or up to even 40 game releases per day on Steam. And that's not sustainable. There's not enough players out there who could potentially play those games. So something needs to be done there. Moreover, what's making it difficult to get noticed or discovered, especially on mobile, is IDFA restrictions. So in the mobile world, this was a huge tool for a game publisher or game studio that has multiple games to refer players from like game A that they're playing in to game B because of the ads, and you're able to know that inside of those games that somebody else who might be potentially wanting to play that other hyper casual game. That doesn't exist anymore. IDFA got restricted, so nowadays it's very difficult to understand who's who. Moreover, game engines have gotten a lot easier to use but tools, meta tools especially, that help promote a game developer or gamify from within the game, or like roll out a live service, have not improved that much. Like, you still have to integrate this giant SDK from Beamable or Sequence Kit if you guys are Web3 developers. And only then you would be able to create some sort of exciting way inside of your game that rewards the user. So we set out to create something to help with discoverability. So we came out with a plug-and-play solution that rewards players during the demo stage. And as you can see here, we have a beautiful blender from WhalePass that is blending a whole lot of services that you're very familiar with as a game developer. You can see that they kind of come from a whole lot of different areas. Layer 3 for questing, Beamable as an SDK that you can integrate into your game to do live ops. itch.io, that's where you would put your game demo today if you're not ready for Steam Early Access. If you are ready for Steam Early Access, you would put it there to get your wish list. Kickstarter, if you want to go with the crowdfunding stuff in Web 2. And Seedify, if you want to go with Web 3 crowdfunding. So we're blending everything together, and we came out with a B2C side of the business that we just released a few days ago. It's brand new. It's called Discover.Games, super catchy, great for SEO. And the idea is to help your everyday game developer utilize the promotional aspect of Web3 gaming without fully jumping on the bandwagon. You know, right now the rep for Web3 gaming is not great within the gaming industry, and a lot of people are curious about it, but they don't want to be labeled as that. So this helps them obtain a lot of players without becoming a technology company. It's really easy to use. You can easily get listed on Discover.Games. We listed a whole lot of different games there right now. And moreover, you can utilize what we've already created, what I was talking about earlier, the WhalePass developer dashboard, to grant rewards to those players that are checking your game demo. So, you know, on Steam, if you're listing your game there, you could allow people to wish list it. And then when the game comes out, they get an email or notification that says, the game that you wish listed a while ago, well, now it's ready. Go check it out or go buy it. So we wanted to create a better version of that. When you're playing the game demo, you get a few rewards from that game demo. So later on, when the game is actually released, the player will get a notification that says, the rewards that you got a little while ago, 6 months ago, well, now they're ready. Come check them out. So this creates a lot more incentivized version of what's existing nowadays. So we created that. Great. What does the next 6 months look like? And this might be more interesting for the folks who are not so much into gaming, but maybe they are in Web3. So we're going to allow folks to stake their tokens from our partners, as well as popular tokens out there, towards the game demo that you really like. So let's say I'm a player, I'm on Discover.Games, I played game A, I think it's awesome, I want to see that game actually get created. So I show my support to the game developer by staking my tokens towards that demo that I just saw. So in the background, the game developer can go to publishers, potential investors, and say, look, there is all of those people here. They've already locked in $10,000 or $15,000 in tokens towards my game because they're interested in seeing a token generation event. And for you, the incentive as the player to stake your token towards this is so you can be put on a whitelist that would allow you to participate in the token generation event. This is an example of how that might look like. You know, you want to keep some for future rewards. The stakers will get a slice of the pie. The publisher or the investor, plural, would get part of that. And of course, the rest will go to the game developer to actually power up that game and get them the funding that they need. How is this all working out? So in the background, we have this very powerful dashboard that's plug and play that you can plug into any game or game demo or a gamified website where you can roll out a lot of those rewards, whether they're on-chain or off-chain. And you would be able to see a lot of the analytics. You can edit it while it's live, so you don't have to deploy a new version of the code or anything like that. And this part is the part that we were working on at first, so this is very solid and very ready and bootstrapped. So in a nutshell, what have we talked about? Why would you go on discover.games as a player? You would get free rewards for playing game demos. That is not a thing right now. This is a brand new concept. You would forge a connection with that game developer. You would discover new games. This is especially interesting for enthusiasts, someone who might be interested in seeing what's really out there, because games have been really boring and stagnant for quite a while. You would get exclusive early access to games, and you might actually make money if you stake rewards for the token generation events, or stake your tokens for the token generation event. Why would you do it as a developer? You can create a demo that's a lot more exciting than a lot of the stuff that you might see on itch.io, if you're familiar. You can start a unique crowdfunding campaign. There's a whole lot of stuff on Kickstarter. You don't want to be just another project on Kickstarter. You can forge a connection with the potential players. You can get some feedback from them. You can already create that community. You can get that feedback. Most importantly, this is the one that I see most wanted by the developers that I see at conferences, is that they want to be noticed by game publishers. So this will help you definitely get noticed, because someone out there might be saying that I got 10,000 people wishlisting my game. You can say I got $10,000 locked up in my game. And of course, you can get the hype started and create that community. What sort of revenue stream here? Well, we definitely have plans to make money. Happy to answer any questions about that, but I do want to leave the next few minutes for that. This is our team, and yeah, please let me know if you have any questions. Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. Cool.
That's great. Thank you very much, Hader. Our next speaker is just going to get set up, and then I'll introduce them. Okay, and we're back with Leo. I've not got it wrong. That is the name he goes by. Neurolaunch X Labs, and he's presenting on the intersection of AI and GameFi. Please give it up for Leo.
Hello, everyone. I think everybody can hear me, right? Firstly, thank you so much to come today to listen to me because, you know, at the beginning, we are the basic NFT collection, but, you know, we are really getting a revelation. And today, actually, we're going to talk about what we are doing, what we are trying to do, and what is the future idea, because I'm going to also introduce to you today Neurolaunch version 3. But before starting, if you wish, let's introduce a little bit who doesn't know us. All right. Firstly, I mean, we're going to talk about today AI and GameFi part, but mainly we're going to talk about two AI topics today. And I'm Leo, CEO and co-founder of Neurolaunch. I am a psychologist and still studying cognitive psychology and neuroscience in Italy, if you don't know. And so, at the beginning, I need to introduce what is a Neurolaunch X Labs to you firstly, because I mean it can be difficult to you understand a little bit. I mean, as Neurolaunch, we created our projects at the beginning at 2020, which is the actually pandemic process, and we created our Neurolaunch X Labs in our university when I was studying psychology, and I mean we were focusing to making a research about healthcare and education part in my university and with my university friends. To be honest, we didn't have any idea to create any applications at the beginning because we created Neurolaunch like just a university group, you know, to making research 4 years ago. It was a very good idea to create because, I mean, you know, at the beginning, in this pandemic process, we were seeing a lot of problems like our all sectors to put like educational sector, healthcare sector. We were using like a Web2 applications, Zoom applications, Google applications to get our lessons even when we are studying. All right. Firstly, I really want to talk about what is our missions. Our mission is to creating actually different depth to reaching Web2 users. But I mean, when we are doing it, at the beginning, you know, everything is starting from zero. And I mean, to be honest, we didn't have anything. We were just had ideas, what we want to do. But I mean, we didn't have any support. We didn't have any power. I mean, we didn't have also any, to be honest, we were students and we didn't have any money. I mean, it was so hard to start Neurolaunch actually at the beginning. Still, our mission is to creating a different depth for the Web2 part, but we are integrating our depths and we are using accounts abstraction to reaching to more users. And we're gonna see what we are doing. I mean, to be honest, I really wanna introduce our teams because these guys really helped me to reach my ideas. Because I mean, I created the Neurolaunch X Labs with Ahmet at the beginning. He's a VR developer and he's a Turkish guy like me. He's our CTO. And Gustavo Henrique, who is our data analyst, and he is here. Thank you so much, Gustavo. He came from Brazil today for listening us. And we have Dr. Franze Matos, I mean, who was the helping to us building our community. He's a professor in Brazil in philosophy. And we have Emre, but I mean, we are not only actually 5 people, still we are 23 people in our team, which we have a lot of developers from my university. Let's see. Okay. At the beginning, you can see our metrics is here. I really want to talk about this stuff. When we are creating Neurolaunch, we started with one NFT collection and we launched the first WASM NFT collection in Astar with using Ink language. I mean, why we focused to create the NFT collection at the beginning? Because, you know, if you don't have any background, any ventures, if you don't have any capitals, it is a little bit hard to build something. I say to you, I am a psychologist, and on this process, I was focusing to how we can create community, how we can reach a successful part. I mean, on this process, we launched our NFT collection, then we started to build our community. I mean, we launched the Ziki Strike and Fireless early stage some couple months ago, and we integrated the accounts abstraction, and we reached the 200,000 transaction in Astar network, and we are the biggest actually dApp right now to Astar network, which is getting the more transaction. And we have a in the season 1, we reached the 300 million Astar token, which is the, on this term, like a 30 million in our dApp staking. And still we have a 175 million Astar token around in our dApp staking, which is the supporting us a lot. I mean, also, I say to you, we focused firstly to build a community. And I am seeing a bunch of people like Adrian is looking at me. We said, all right, we had ideas, but we really need to reach a lot of people how we can explain our projects and our ideas. And still, to be honest, we are getting the most impressions in the Twitter, which is the formula name is Twitter X in our ecosystem. Let's go to next one. You know, we have some couple problems in the Web3 projects. What is it? Firstly, you know, most of NFT project is not friendly user. I mean, you need to create some wallets. You need to know this ecosystem. Like we are the, how can I say to you? We have a different wallet system in the Polkadot, but I mean, in Ethereum we have a different EVM machines. For example, we have EVM. I mean, we know this stuff. Firstly, we need to create a friendly user applications. Secondly, we need to, when we are creating these applications, we really need to give some utilities. And after it, okay, you have ideas, you can know this blockchain system very well, but if you are not have any academic background, you cannot do anything, because you're gonna see you will stuck somewhere. And what we are doing for fixing these problems? Firstly, we are using accounts abstraction and working with the third web and particle network to reach more users, which is the Web2 users. Because you can create many different applications in the blockchain, but if you will not focus to Web2 users, you're gonna see one problem. What is it? You're gonna just build it for anybody will not use this stuff. It is why actually we are using accounts abstraction to reach real humanity. I mean, we are real humanity also, but you got me. Also, I mean, I'm gonna explain to this part, to utility part in our neural launcher version 3. And I say to you, we are still making an academic background in the Italy. And we are creating actually our AI applications with our friends who is studying with me. They are very good AI developer. Let's go. I mean, we are seeing here a GameFi market size. You can ask me right now why you are creating any GameFi applications. Because you are telling me your main idea is to reaching to this healthcare and education sector. To be honest, we are seeing that there is one potential market size. And I say to you, we really wanted to relate it to community-based. And we launched one NFT collection. It is why we put it here. First time, one GameFi project, which is the formula name Astar Strike, but still Ziki Strike. I mean, it was the first one FPS shooter game in the Polkadot ecosystem, and we're gonna see right now to Ziki Strike. I mean, in Ziki Strike, when we launched it, we had a token gate system, and we were reaching daily around 200 users. We were making at the alpha version some tournaments. Still, I mean, we are using Astar network. We are using third web for accounts abstraction. And in a couple months, we're going to use, after our Battle Royale mode, launching FAT contracts to making some randomization in our FPS game. I mean, to be honest, we created ZK Strike for the giving utility for Polkadot, parachains, and communities because we really want to do here to make a tournaments and involve to another ecosystem to our ecosystem with using accounts abstraction. We're gonna integrate here different blockchain projects like in our clan system. And you can see here are the ZK Strike demo version. I mean, at the beginning, we added a deathmatch mode, but I mean, we're gonna also have in a couple weeks a one flag mode and in a one mode battle royale mode. I mean, to be honest, let's go to other part. I mean, when I am designing Fireless, I really deeply focus on to design these projects. I mean, most of people actually telling me, hey Leo, okay, why you are trying to create these AI applications? Because I say to you, we created neural launcher for the focusing healthcare and education part. I mean, on this process, we launched our early stage at the beginning. We were using, you can see from here, MetaHuman, which is the giving the Unreal Engine us to this tool. And still, actually, we are changing this system, and we're gonna see in the next page. It was our demo.
How about you?
You can hear me, I'm not sure, but.
My name is Fireloss.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Bahad. What do you do?
I think you can
I'm
not
a designer
hear
and a
the
crypto
another voice,
deacon.
but
What about you?
it was
How
like
about
that.
you?
And still, it is our developing roadmap because when we launched our first version, we invested here $104,000 and we started to work on our team at the beginning to redesign and to integrating different parts. You can see here, I mean, we're gonna integrate the FAT contracts also here for the computing, and we're gonna integrate actually, which is gonna be so good for us, Aleph0, because, I mean, you know, when you are creating any AI applications, you need to have some legal responsibilities. We're gonna use here FAT Aleph0 to get the user profile data on chain. Well, also we're gonna have a different system, but I'm gonna explain it in the next one. Let's go to integration about the Fireless, but I don't want to introduce this stuff here because we have just 1 minute. Okay, let's start from here. I mean, you know, we are still putting our Fireless at the beginning, and then we're gonna use our AI applications in the different parts, like in ZK Strike for the AI NPC stuff, and we have still one product, Neuroverse, maybe you know. We're gonna use also here. And you can see we have one game, which is the Minecraft Altera. And they are using also this system because AI Companion is giving to you more compelling storytelling, create digital friends, and also it is giving to you in the games to learn different skills. But I say to you, we started like an NFT collection. And at the beginning, to be honest, it was so hard process for us. And do you think we're gonna be successful or not? To be honest, if you are building and if you are really believing what you are doing, you can do everything. And we said, okay, maybe we were so amateur at the beginning because we were just a community-based projects, but still we are making something here. It is a neural launcher version 3. And we are putting direct the Fireless AI here, and we are focusing actually to Web2 sectors on this part, which is gonna be health sectors. We are gonna integrate next year at the beginning to like a personal trainer system in our AI Pro version, and dietitian system. Also, we're gonna integrate the education sector, support sector, transportations, and I'm gonna announce this stuff in some couple months later in our Twitter account. Also, dating flirting system, and we're gonna use actually our AI agent and fine-tunings inside of the different sectors to reach the Web2 users. And I say to you, we created a ZK Strike, maybe you know Neuroverse. Also, Telegram stuff, we are still working on it. We're gonna use our old fine-tuning stuff from the Fireless AI in our different products. I mean, we are putting all this stuff like an example for product stuff. But when you're gonna check deeply, we're gonna open source for our Fireless AI all fine-tuning for what we are actually collecting data, and we're gonna put directly to builders. If you are a builder, you can use the Fireless AI directly. Also, you can create the AI applications with our Fireless AI stuff. Well, thank you so much for everything. It is our website. We are rebuilding our website. You're gonna see soon, but you can check right now too. It is our contact mail, and it is my personal number. And if you're gonna scan it, I mean, you're gonna see just investor stuff. But I mean, to be honest, I wanna give a little bit reward today to you, but I couldn't put inside of it. If you're gonna take a photo, or if you're gonna send me mail or message, who are here right now, I'm gonna send an airdrop for you guys. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can ask me, by the way.
Hi, this is Tommy. I'm from Finland. I'm probably not the only one here who has been dApp staking on Neuroland since the beginning. So when token?
Okay, it's so good questions because, I mean, you know, I mean, we raised it last month to $250,000 around dollar in our first private sale still. I mean, we're gonna have in the future, probably second private sale, and we are trying to make our public sale in the global markets, which is the biggest launch pads. I mean, I will not say directly to name, but I mean, we're gonna see. To be honest, I'm gonna try to launch our token if market conditions also gonna good in the end of the dApp staking season too. But you're gonna get your all airdrop end of this season. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leo. We're going to plug in with the next speaker, and then I will announce them. Okay, and we're back with Yvonne from Greenverse, speaking to us about the daily challenges for sustainable living. Please welcome Yvonne.
Hello, I'm Yvonne from Greenverse, and we don't have a very huge crowd here, and I know it's 4 p.m. now, so I will promise you I will cut all the boring part. But let's start with a quick question to wake you up. How many of you, when you do the shopping, no matter for H&M or Coca-Cola, you actually consider if this, let's say, corporate is actually sustainability responsible? Please raise up your hands. Great. Great. I see a lot of you raised up your hand. Very, very nice. And I also see some doubts there. Yes, which is also makes a lot of sense. And I will explain why and how we can tackle this problem. So here I want to proudly present to you Greenverse, where brands reward sustainable actions. So let's go down to the problems. So basically, sustainable is very trendy now. Everybody knows it. It's a very hard word. But let's say now I think there's an issue. Maybe people are turning blind into it. It's because we are now actually relying on a small group of people and their good intention to do the sustainability daily activities. And this is, in my opinion, not sustainable at all. And it's also not actually profit-driven and market-driven. So we can see, let's be more detailed. The two big issues here, first of all, is lack of true incentives. I would say for users, it's not actually enough incentives out of goodwill that can actually incentivize them to do the daily activities for a sustainable world. And also, but on the other hand, we also have limited brand participation as well, because, I mean, this is not tangible, it's not profitable for them as a strategy. But actually, I know a lot of brands actually spend a lot of money in sustainable, in making the green image, but it's not actually very well connected and bridged with our users. So that is why I want to introduce you Greenverse as a platform that brands can not only reward sustainable actions for individuals, but also enhance their own profit and impact as well. So we have the functionalities of kind of similar ones as a habit building app, but we are turning sustainability into daily games. And we have a real-world rewarding system with the impact. And most importantly, we have brand engagement as a business model, which can drive the revenue. I can basically introduce you in the next slide how we do it actually. Also, we have personalized eco goals in our MVP, for example, for the app. And we have built, powered by the blockchain technology, of course. So we have transparency and trust, which is actually very important in green power or sustainability world. So I want to basically cut all the bullshit and come to the revenue driver right away. So basically, you can see here, very, very easy. We want brand to reward the actions, and users just need to act every day. And Greenverse, we will be the third party, and to get commission, be the platform, and working with the foundations of sustainability NGOs as well, and also third-party data to ensure everything is fair. So you might ask me why? I mean, why the brands is going to pay you for that? So maybe 2 more sentences about myself. I come from Web2 background. I come from the renewable energy background. I have kind of a decade experience as a marketeer in renewable energies. So I have talked to millions of small and big corporates that they do buy green power to make themselves green. But they told me, a lot of them are telling me that they have the pain point of picturizing what they actually did to their end consumers. This is actually a big issue for them. And their marketing team just say, we are now 90% green, or we will be 100% green in 2030. But this is actually not enough to drive the consumer behaviors in the back end. So this is actually for them a very big pain point and to how to connect. So that's why we are here to do it. So we see a very large portion of market size in sustainability world. It's over 288 billion and with a growth rate of 29%. So we have, because as I just said, if this is not just rely on a small group of people, then this will actually grow twice or triple times a year if we actually end up with the incentives and rewards from the very business-driven model. So we do have some competitors already, but interesting enough, they are actually all coming from Web 2 world. There's no any like well-known Web 3 apps that actually doing the same things as we do. We do have, like for example, Klima has B2B partnerships, but this random action of green did not. And none of them actually built up on blockchain technology. So this is actually a trend that I noticed in my industry as well for this years, that traceability is very, very important, and also, of course, security of the data. So that's why we decided to also build on and utilize blockchain technology. So we have a very clear marketing plan of how to get user and get the brands going. So our step one would be quick start with the community and gain the users. So basically with this turning hot and hot every year, I think we will be very easy to gain our first bunch of user base with community events, with paid campaigns and social media outreach. And our next step is very important with, for example, my resources, my connections. We will start with some step-by-step on board with sustainable brands. And also, we are going to speak to NGOs and non-profits, as they would be a third party with unbiased view and issue the tickets as well. So Greenverse as a platform will also get NFTs and certificates, and also in the future maybe we will entering into the green certificate offsetting or CO2 offsetting world as well. So our team, as I already mentioned, I come from the renewable energy world, but we also have, for example, Ellen as our co-founder and CTO, who is deep-rooted in Web3 world and a very passionate programmer. We also have Walden here. He is now responsible for the front-end development of our whole app. So we also have a bunch of other team members. For example, also a graphic designer and BD, which is very important in our business model as well. So our roadmap for the next 3 years. So this year, our plan is to launch the app. And also next year would be very important for us to acquire the users and onboard the brands. Also, we will adapt to the ecosystem and expand. Then after this, we will do the integrations and scalability with the global impact as well. So we are asking for 1.2 million with a valuation of 12. And it will be taking throughout the 1.5 years with the complete roadmap of milestone 1, 2, 3 that I just have mentioned. We will also have the team expansion, hopefully to 12 team members. So I do have some other backup slides as tokenomics and token distribution, for example. So I would be very happy to discuss with you offline as well. So this is our contact details. Please scan the QR code if you want to have a further discussion. And thank you very much. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Any questions?
Currently, I've heard a lot of things about like the greenwash. Like I think it's a very hot term as well. So a lot of like big companies are buying some green credits. So I'm just wondering if you have thought of this kind of issues and because I think like the greenwash is something like, okay, I bought something and this could be, they used to be like others credits, but later it could be granted to me if I just pay money. But do you think you can solve this issue?
I think this is a very good question. And actually, Greenverse is exactly trying to solve this issue because you might or might not heard of concept additionality in renewables energy world, which means that you have to do something that actually generates real green power. And it's not just buying and selling green credits or green bonds from this company to the other, and at the end, the CO2 remains the same. But we think if you, as a company, has a lot of budget, why not just cut off everything in between and actually really transfer it to the real user incentives and get the CO2 offsetting? Yeah. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Yvonne. We're just going to plug in our next speaker, and then I will introduce him. Okay, we have Alan Evans here, and he is from Freeverse, and he's going to be talking about the Lao network moving 20% of Ethereum transactions to Polkadot.
Right, I'm going to speak nice and loud so everyone in the back can hear me. Right then, did you know, people in the back, that 20% of transactions on Ethereum and Polygon and other EVM chains, even during the bear market, were actually minting of non-fungible tokens? I didn't know that until very recently, but I learned it recently. And what I'd like to do is have a campaign. I'd like to campaign to reclaim the word NFT from like digital collectibles, because you can use a non-fungible token for all sorts of stuff. You can use it for in-game trading. You can use it for real-world asset tokenization. You can use it for ticketing. You can use it for proof of attendance, things like that. And yes, you can use it for collections. But even during the bull market last year, 20% of transactions on EVM chains, such as Ethereum and Polygon and so on, were minting transactions. And what we're doing at Laos, the new parachain, the new layer 1 built on Polkadot, just launched, is to bring those transactions to the Polkadot ecosystem. We do that via something called bridgeless minting. Bridgeless minting allows us to create a collection in Laos and mirror that collection into an EVM chain, such as Ethereum or Polkadot, so that you can create an asset either on any of these EVM chains without having to pay gas. You only pay gas in Laos. And Laos obviously is much cheaper, it's much faster, it's much more scalable. So that means that if you're a developer, you can mint hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of assets in Ethereum or Polygon or wherever without paying any gas in those chains. And to the user, they see no difference. To the user, it's exactly the same. How do we do that? So we do have to spend some gas in the EVM chain. We have to deploy one smart contract. In this case, it's a standard ERC 721 with a couple of modifications that creates a whole bunch of empty pointers via the token URI to a sibling collection in Laos, which is empty to start off with. Now, after we've done that, we don't need to touch that smart contract on the EVM chain. We can mint assets one by one in Laos, and as they pop up, the pointers from the EVM chain, which were pointing at nothing, suddenly point up to the new thing that's just been minted in Laos. So that means that after that initial deployment of the contract, we don't have to spend any more gas in the EVM chain. We only spend gas in Laos. And why would we do that? Well, what's the benefit? You might ask, well, why not use a layer 2? Ethereum has, I don't know how many layer 2s and scaling solutions and so on right now. Why don't we use just a regular layer 2? Well, the problem is, in my personal experience, having built a layer 2, is they all have some sort of compromise, right? If you have a layer 2, you're going to require something, and you want to bring it back to the layer 1, you require some sort of bridging, right? You've got to bridge your ETH across to whatever layer 2 you're using. With Laos, you don't need any bridging. It's a bridgeless solution. Layer 2s, even though they're scaling solutions, they do have a limited TPS. And the idea of Laos is that once we implement the sharding to go with it as well, then we'll have a much, much higher TPS. Layer 2s have all sorts of complications when it comes to whether it's centralization of off-chain data availability committees and things like that, computation, whether there's issues with the security of the bridge. A lot of Layer 2s are kind of centralized as well. There's a possibilities of censorship. Laos is fully decentralized. It's a parachain built on Polkadot. It's 100% on-chain. It's censorship resistant. And also, Laos, being a parachain on Polkadot, has a 12-second finality. I know I minted on Polygon something just the other day, and it took like half an hour for my transaction to go through. So this idea of everything being final very quickly and bringing the assets to the layer 1 is very quickly. And finally, and most importantly, is the cost. In the hypothetical case that you wish to mint 1 million NFTs on Ethereum, you would be called an idiot because you can't do it. You simply cannot do it. You would break Ethereum, right? We wouldn't let you even submit the transaction. You couldn't do it on Polygon or Arbitrum or Optimism. You break them as well. You may be able to do it using some hacks if you're a sort of centralized fan with Solana, etc. But in the hypothetical case that you were crazy enough to try it and you didn't break that underlying chain. To mint 1 million NFTs on Ethereum will cost you $44 million. And I put the table here, and on Laos it would cost you just over 6. So the benefits for mass scalability of minting of non-fungible tokens are quite clear. And let me remind you, these aren't some sort of like pseudo NFTs that don't really exist. These aren't sort of like fake mints, fake things. These are actual NFTs that are tradable on OpenSea, that you can import them into your MetaMask. You can do whatever you want with them in the chain of your choice. The difference is you've only paid gas to do so in Laos. And in fact, you can see it. If you don't believe me, you can go right now and try it. You can go to apps.klaus.io. This is our testnet. We'll give you some free test tokens, and you can try it out, and you can actually see and put your asset for sale in OpenSea right now. Why would you want to do this? Why would you want to do this? I think the applications of non-fungible tokens and blockchain technology go way beyond the speculation and scarcity that we've seen so far. And if you take away this congestion and so on, and worries about costs of minting away, you can create use cases that otherwise were pretty impossible. In gaming, a lot of Web3 gaming is still based on speculation and play to earn. It's a use case, sure. There will be a percentage of the population who's interested in it. I'm not particularly interested in it, to be honest. And I don't think the majority of gamers are either. If you can actually afford to gift tokens, tradable assets to people, to your 1 million users in your game, which, by the way, is still pretty small for a game, if you can afford to give away those tokens, then you're creating an economy that's not based on scarcity and speculation. It's based on time spent in the game, upgrading the value of the tokens, making them more valuable to other people. You completely avoid congestion, you reduce the costs, and most importantly, you're not asking the gamer to switch to some random chain they've never heard of before. They're in the mature ecosystems where they've heard of, they're using their wallets, they're using their MetaMasks or whatever wallets they're using in those games, and they're supported, and you're not asking your gamers to make a switch. Real-world asset for tokenization is forecast to reach 16 trillion by 2030. I found on the internet, therefore it must be true. And a lot of that tokenization is being done with very high-value assets. Why? Because it costs money to tokenize stuff. So if you're going to tokenize it, you might as well do something that is actually quite expensive. But with Laos, you can tokenize stuff for pennies or cents or whatever currency you want. So that means that many things that probably should be tokenized, or let me rephrase that, probably could be tokenized on the blockchain, now can be tokenized on the blockchain, because you don't have to worry about costs and you don't have to worry about congesting the network. Invoices, certificates, academic qualifications. We have someone who's interested in using Laos to tokenize foods. They've got some fancy machine that turns fresh food into flour, like, you know, permanent food, long-term food. They want to tokenize that and build an economy out of it. They wouldn't do that if they had to do it on Ethereum and pay like $20 to $100 every time they tokenize a bag of strawberry flour, right? But they will do it when it costs them fractions of a cent. So it opens new use cases. And yes, there are collectibles. Yes, there are marketplaces. Yes, there are many other Web3 apps. Any of them that require mass minting on-chain with minimal gas costs and zero congestion, introducing things like no-code solutions and gasless UX and all that kind of stuff, whether you're building an API or an SDK or stuff like that. Laos is a benefit that you can present to your customer later on. And the final and most exciting use case that we're working on right now is Bitcoin. So we've got Laos working with bridges minting for all EVM chains right now. That's super. Technically, it works for any chain that has a smart contract, right? So it doesn't have to be EVM. As long as you can write a smart contract and you can point those slots to the Laos collection, then it works. One thing we're very excited about is actually linking it to Bitcoin. In the last 12 months, over about $500 million was spent on gas fees in Bitcoin for minting of ordinals. You might have heard of ordinals. Over 300,000 transactions, BRC20 transactions, are done every single day on the Bitcoin network. And so if we can link bridge us minting to Bitcoin, we could have true minting of non-fungible tokens, pointing to a consensus system actually working on Bitcoin. And that's a project we're working on with the research team, the cryptographic research team at the University of Barcelona. We're expecting to get a research paper out of it and a functional demo and a client, a first application by the end of the year, all using Laos. So where we are with timeline, well, I'm very excited. I flew in just a day for one day because today is like the most important day of Laos' life so far. Laos is a layer 1 parachain. We're already a parachain on Polkadot. We started our slot on the 3rd of July. Our token is regulated by the Swiss authorities as a Swiss foundation. We are regulated by FINMA as a utility token. The token pools are now fully distributed. There is a pre-sale that's running right now. It's already sold out on one launchpad. There's still some availability left on another one, on TokenSoft, which is very exciting. We're very pleased. Once that's all done, we're going to very slowly and steadily make sure everything works, test everything thoroughly, probably activate the EVM palette within our parachain towards the end of August. Maybe start of September. At that point, the token will be tradable, and that will mean we can go live on decentralized exchanges and centralized exchanges. Laos is committed to be fully open source and decentralized. As all these things, when you give birth to them, you have to have some more control on them. But all of our code is fully open source, and we have a commitment to be fully decentralized by the end of the year. And yes, also by the end of the year, we will have this Bitcoin bridges minting as well, and the killer apps for that. Laos is being built by an experienced team. We've been around for 5 years. I'm the CEO of a private company called Freeverse. We have built a EVM-compatible Layer 2 in the past with some relatively big names like Cupra and Hyperreal, MediaPro that have used it for their metaverse and various different experiments, and several other video games. In the last 5 years, we've raised over $30 million in equity rounds, and we are based in Barcelona in Spain. And what we're doing now is in the tokenomics at the moment, we have 11% of the tokens that are allocated. This is a typo, actually. It's allocated for, let's say, financing, right? So between retail financing and private investments, we have 11% tokens allocated. We don't have to sell them all now. We can sell them all. We can sell them over time. What we can't do them is use them for anything else other than to fund the project. As I mentioned, the retail sale is live now at TokenSoft. If you go to Laos Network at tokensoft.io, do a very simple KYC because we're Swiss and we can't give tokens to Americans because that will put us in trouble. And if you are a private investor or an institutional investor, there are some opportunities for discounted sales for larger amounts. So get in touch with me if you're interested with that. How do you do that? You go to laosnetwork.io. You can run the demo. You can make sure that I'm not talking out of my derriere, and you can try it and see it, and then it works. You can read our technical and token white papers. You can read all the builder documentation if you were a builder and you wanted to start building and not spend any gas to deploy stuff on Ethereum. And you can participate in our retail sale. And you can send me an email to alan@freeverse.io. And you can contact me on Twitter and Telegram at Alan Thomas Evans. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions for Alan at all? Oh, I've got to stand on the stage to the people at home. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you. We're just going to plug in our next speaker, Christian, and then I'll introduce him. Okay, we are back with Christian Cassini from DAP Forge. Remember, there's lots of people at home, and this will be on the internet forever. So you're actually doing this to hundreds of thousands of people. You're going to be speaking on, well, DAP Forge is going to tell us all about it. Thanks, Christian.
Testing, testing. Do you guys all hear me? All right, perfect. Since it's really late in the afternoon and I'm sure all of you are tired, I promise this will be a very quick and painless presentation to listen to. So just listen in for a few minutes. All right, so my name is Christian. I'm the CEO of DAppForge, and it's an AI-powered plugin for Polkadot developers that reduces development time. I think something that every one of us can agree in the ecosystem, especially developers, is that building on Polkadot is very difficult. Substrate and Ink, although they're very powerful frameworks, they are very difficult to learn, and this creates a really bad developer experience where current developers building on Polkadot right now are always struggling to build better and faster applications, and it creates a high barrier to entry for new devs who want to enter into the ecosystem, because devs usually don't like to go to places where it's hard to build, right? So the solution we propose is an AI-powered plugin for VS Code, where the AI model is going to be trained specifically for Substrate and Ink. And so we have two goals. One is to help, like I mentioned before, current developers right now on Polkadot to build better and faster. And the second goal is to lower the entry barrier for new devs who want to enter to the ecosystem, because we actually want to grow the pie, right? So in Polkadot, there's not that many people like working on this type of things. You know, here are some common competitors that we have here on Polkadot, but none of them are really using AI, which I think is crucial to actually building a product that can help developers. So some of the advantages we'll have like over ChatGPT and Copilot, right, which is something that everyone always brings out, is that because we are specifically fine-tuned for Substrate and Ink, we'll be able to provide much better code completion suggestions and actually advanced error handling for micro support. So let's say you guys get an error in the macros, which is very common for Substrate developers. We actually want the AI to be able to tell you exact specifics on the errors and actually where you can go for it to find information to actually fix that error, right? Oh, and also updated with the latest changes, right? We all know that Polkadot tech changes quite often, right? So it's always hard for many AI models to keep up. That's why like Copilot and ChatGPT sometimes produce inaccurate code. So our model is always going to be updated with the latest changes. So essentially, you know, like, again, we're targeting Substrate and Ink developers. We're doing this on Polkadot. We have several collaborations, partnerships in the works. One of the Polkadot Blockchain Academy is like developers who graduate from those cohorts are the perfect people to use the plugin. So to help them better integrate them into the ecosystem. The Polkadot Alpha program, for those that don't know it, it's a program that helps like new teams that are building on Polkadot. So that's another great use case for people to use it. Polkadot Accelerate is actually a recent decentralized futures recipient where essentially they're going to be working on code-first guides, like providing code guides for developers who want to build on Polkadot. So we're going to be working with in talks with them on using like their actual code examples to better train the LLM, the AI model to produce more accurate code. Then we also plan on showcasing the plugin at different hackathons like EZA and OneBlock so that we can get more developers to try it. So what did we do in the last 4 months? So happy to say that we actually did get angel funding for this product for $100,000 that allowed us to build the very first iteration of the product and the first LLM. This is all open source. At the end, there'll be QR codes for you all to scan. You can look at the code and everything. So that will come towards the end. And this allowed us to also launch the alpha version of the VS Code plugin. I call it alpha version because there's a lot more work to do for it, right? It's kind of slow right now. We made it slow because if not, it costs a lot to maintain. And there's a lot more fine-tuning that needs to happen to make the code suggestions actually good. Just to give you an idea that it's there, you can actually download it on VS Code. But again, it's alpha version, so don't expect this product to solve all your problems right now because it has to be further fine-tuned. So for the next 9 months, the plan that we have is to, again, fine-tune more the LLM model for Substrate. Then we also plan to integrate Ink into it. We're going to keep this open source because we want to have it open sourced. Then going down the road, we plan to having an API freemium model where essentially, so developers have two options. You can just download the LLM on your machine. If you want to use it on your computer, it's perfectly fine. But then you're responsible for your own infrastructure, right? If you don't want to handle the infrastructure, then there's going to be an API service that we provide where we host everything, so you don't have to worry about that. But if you use it too often, then we will have to start charge a subscription tier for it because it is expensive to run the LLM models. So then essentially, like, we're seeking, like, $105,000 to launch the beta version for the product. This is where we're going to fine-tune the LLM, integrate Ink, and incorporate a chat feature. Because sometimes you might just want to ask the AI, hey, build me a palette for XYZ, and you want it to produce code for you. And we're actually going to the treasury for this proposal, Ref 985, because we think that this is a product like for the Polkadot community, and it will be, like I said, open sourced, right? And we want to go that route. The investor that gave us the first round of funding also agrees with going open source because it's a product that will benefit the whole community. So this is the team, essentially. We're pretty well balanced. Some of us here have experience in product designs and business development. Some here are very good at software development as well. Neurons Labs is the team that we commissioned to actually build the first iteration of the AI model, and we're going to keep on working with them because they did a really good job at it. So, I promised you the presentation was going to be quick, right? So essentially, this is it. Here you can go, so the GitHub, you can actually see all the work that we've open sourced. Right now, it's just the LLM, but we will also open source the actual code to build the plugin, because we want to open source that too. And then Ref 985 is essentially the treasury proposal. Please give your feedback, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you want to give constructive feedback, I look forward to it. And that's my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm open to it. All good? All right.
So do we have any questions at all from anyone in the audience? No questions. Well, thank you very. Thank you very much, Christian. We have a few more minutes until we kick off the next one, so 5 minutes, and we'll kick off again. Okay, we're back on with a very special project funded by the DF Foundation with three people I know very well, Pierre, Safina and Malcolm, and their company Chain Giving. So it is a Polkadot social good project. So if you can hear me, please come and sit down because this isn't one to miss.
Hi, everyone. All right. It's been a long week, but we made it to the end of the week, and we're all here. Let's give ourselves a round of applause to making it to the end of the week. Those of you that know me from Parity know that I love being on the mic. And those of you that don't know me, my name's Safina, and I am working with two fantastic people, Mali and Pierre. And we came together in November last year, and we realized there's a huge opportunity for social good in Polkadot. So I'm going to get straight into it on that note. Okay. So I want to take a step back to maybe a place where when you didn't know what blockchain was. So there was a time when TV advertisements really dominated how we interact with charities and non-profits. And now, with technological advancements, a lot of people are asking more questions, like, how do I know where my donation is going? Can I trust this non-profit? Can I trust this charity? If I donate £2 a month to ensure water is clean in a crisis, how do I know that it's reaching the recipient? So now more and more people are asking questions, and there's less trust in non-profits. So I'm just going to share a study that we found. So 1 in 4 people in the US don't really trust philanthropy anymore, and there's a declining trust in the non-profit sector. So this study here really displays that trust in philanthropy is at 34%, and less people are trusting the non-profit sector. So I'm just going to go straight into some issues that are impacting NPOs right now in this climate. The first issue being that there's a misappropriation of aid. So what that means is there's a huge percentage of aid that comes from donors that isn't reaching recipients. And this is due to, there's many reasons, but it's due to scams and corruption and just a lack of transparency and clarity from NPOs to donors. The second reason is that traditional aid systems and traditional non-profits aren't at a tech level to provide full transparency internally from NPOs to NPOs and from NPOs to donors. The third reason is that transactions are slow and transactions are costly. I mean, we all know that. Fiat transactions from centralized entities can be slow and can be costly. And in an emergency aid crisis, this can have a significant impact on the aid reaching the recipients. And the fourth reason is that political disputes and political borders can significantly slow down aid reaching recipients and can also impact the trust that donors have to NPOs. How do we know that the NPO can facilitate the aid reaching the recipient if there's political borders and political disputes? So now I'm going to go into the issues impacting donors in this climate. So the first issue that impacts donors in this climate is that they have little to no oversight of NPOs after they donate. So you donate to an NPO and then it just goes into the abyss. Like, you don't know where your donation is reaching, if it's reaching the recipient. You don't know how long it's going to take to reach the recipient. So there's currently no legislation in place that enforces NPOs to be transparent about their transactions. And there's no end-to-end tracking of their transactions. We live in a culture now where I can order my outfit online, I can order my dinner to my house on Uber Eats, and I can order a cab to my house. And when I do that, I can see completely the end-to-end of sending my money and then receiving what I sent my money for. Ideally, we want this in place for crypto donations to NPOs, and we believe that's completely possible on chain. Currently, there are barriers to identifying and verifying NPOs that are on the ground. If I leave this pitch now and I want to donate to an NPO that's giving emergency humanitarian aid, I need to do my research. All of us need to do our research, and we have to trust an individual or an entity that's verifying these NPOs. So emergency aid can be validated by having their transactions on-chain. And one of the third issues for donors is that there's no follow-up on the impact of their donation. Recently, I donated to a charity that's supporting child amputees, and I received an update a month later on how my donation impacted the children that needed the care, and I felt empowered. I felt like I could trust this charity, and I felt like my impact was measured. But I felt like there's still a gap there, and the gap is that I can trust this charity if their data is on chain.
So thank you, Safina, for explaining some of the real-world issues we want to tackle with our project. And now I want to focus more on problems and issues that we want to solve within, like, Polkadot itself. So right now, there is a clear lack of social good projects on Polkadot. And I think we can all agree on that. And crypto donations are going mainstream, but they are not using DOT. We found this source from the Giving block, that as of January 2024, over $2 billion were donated through crypto donations. And you can see some of the major cryptocurrencies that have been used for these donations, and DOT is nowhere to be found. Why nonprofits want to receive crypto donations is because this is a new area of funding for them. And we can see that an average cash donation is only $20, $200, but the average crypto donation is over $6,000. And it can also help reach into new demographics for NPOs. Especially 60% of crypto users are under 40, and they are not the person actively donating to nonprofit initiatives today. So what is our project, Chain Giving? So Chain Giving is made of two parts. The first part is a cryptocurrency crowdfunding platforms that will make all NPOs able to receive these donations on Polkadot and through DOT and other cryptocurrencies. And the second part, very importantly, it's a toolkit that enables NPOs to digitize assistance on chains through special tokens that we are calling aid tokens. And we want to build basically the platform for trustless, permissionless giving. We want to empower donors, we want to empower the NPOs, we want to empower also any recipients of aid and assistance programs, and we want through the Polkadot ecosystem. We want to make DOT the top token used for donations because it will be useful enough and it will provide additional utility for transparency, and I'm just going to explain how. This project has been inspired by the United Nations World Food Programme's Building Blocks project. So this has been a blockchain project that leveraged a blockchain for supporting refugee camps. And basically, they were able to provide digital tokens in refugee camps that enables the refugees to get their food, basically. And it helped provide over $300 million in assistance and help save $3 million in bank fees. And this is basically this idea that we want to bring to the masses as a public parachain on Polkadot. So what will Chain Giving version 1 provide? We will first equip NPOs to accept cryptocurrency donations directly on the platform, and then turn these donations into on-chain aid. But very importantly, there is going to be an immutable link between the money that is donated and the tokens that can that can be used to redeem this aid. So this is to provide enhanced transparency for donors, create an open platform for any builders to contribute their social good applications. And also all the data will be public on-chain, and so it's going to be able to provide this audit trail for end-to-end transparency. So to explain to you a bit the concept, so we start on the left. So we have the donor who is equipped with a Polkadot wallet, and he found basically a humanitarian program on Chain Giving, and so he basically donates through a crypto donations into this program. This program has actually defined immutably on-chain, and basically the non-profit organization already identifies the beneficiaries for this assistance program, and so they have prepared a list of addresses for which tokens will be minted ultimately. And once the donation goals is reached, you have these steps that's happening, where the non-profit is able to cash out the crypto, but at the same time, basically the aid token is minted on-chain and directly redeemable by the beneficiaries through a service provider. And the thing that is interesting is that the service provider doesn't need to be on-chain. It can be basically funded via any traditional means, because it just has to be able to provide a way for the user to redeem their token in exchange of goods and services. And regularly, the non-profit organization is able to pay this provider and in exchange of burning of the token. So you can see how this can help provide an end-to-end donation journey fully on-chain. So now I'm now calling on to Mali to present you the next steps for our project. Thank you.
Thanks, Pierre. So yeah, here we've pretty much listed some core parts and talking points that we have when we're speaking to donors about ultimately why we think chain giving is going to be good for them. I think a lot of the things have already been discussed in terms of transparency and trust, something which we hold dear in the Polkadot ecosystem. But yeah, I'm actually not going to go through them. There's 8 there. We also have put together a short list regarding the same type of approach that we have when we're discussing with MPOs. What are our key selling points? How are we going to enter discussions and onboard people onto chain giving? Again, transparency, efficient aid distribution, providing better solutions and platforms for them to take on more donations through cryptocurrency. Yeah. But realistically, we've shared a lot of good ideas. I feel like what is the most important thing to discuss, and I think a key reason why we're here today, is to talk about the revenue, the sustainability, the viability of this project. And I think it starts with the big F word, funding. So we're excited to launch that next month. We will be sharing a proposal to the Polkadot Treasury, again, outlining some of the key things discussed today, and also kind of sharing our vision and goal to be, let's say, the first humanitarian parachain on Polkadot. Alongside that, we're really focused on ensuring that we're self-sustaining. We want to be able to walk on our own feet and prove to the community that we're able to look after ourselves without that funding. And so some of the things we're looking to implement on the platform would be a small fee. This would cover some of the operational costs and would be attached to the majority of transactions coming through the platform. And then finally, something that we have been working on recently is custom developments and partnerships. So ultimately, we're looking at onboarding projects to accept crypto donations with a key focus on DOT in particular. And ultimately as well, through those connections, we're hoping to then kind of run some on-chain aid programs and run them as a smaller pilots where, yeah, we're able to kind of test and see on a different scale to what had happened with the World Food Program. But yeah, ultimately being able to build better partnerships, work with them on a smaller scale, and being able to build. So where are we now? Right now, we have recently just launched our white paper. So that's available on the chain.given website. Everyone is more than welcome to have a view of it, share some feedback, reach out to us. A lot of the details discussed today are outlined there in a lot more detail. We're also in the process of registering ChainGiven as an MPO in the UK. It's taken a bit more time than expected, but that's where we're trying to position ourselves as an organization. And I guess kind of the main focus right now is community, is networking, is building a group of people in the Polkadot ecosystem that are ultimately passionate about similar sort of causes. And so I guess that kind of leads up to us announcing and sharing the Polkadot Social Good Builders. We hope that this will be a community initiative where we're able to interact, network, share ideas, communicate with people in and around the Polkadot ecosystem that want to build projects on-chain. Please scan the QR code, go to the website, join the Discord channel, share with any of your friends, people around the network that may be interested, and let's get discussing. So, yeah, allow me to just reintroduce the core team. We've heard from Pierre and Safina today and myself. We're going to be around. We're more than willing and able to have conversations with everyone, have some feedback, and very much so interested to talk to people in the MPO space, people that are engaged or passionate about philanthropy. And yeah, obviously all the Polkadot natives as well. Reach out to us, please. So yeah, that's where we're at the moment. Thank you very much for your time. And yeah, check out our website.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have one more presentation today. So as you're already seated, please hang around for 2 minutes while we plug him in. And yeah, we'll kick off. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Okay, we're nearly there at the end of day 2, but we've saved the best till last with James from MobiPay, a self-custody stablecoin wallet without friction. Please welcome James.
Hi, test. It's working? Okay. Hi guys, I'm James, and then I've been working on this project for earlier this year. It's called MobiPay. It's a self-custody stablecoins with mobile wallet without friction. Basically, you can use it to send stablecoins and pay fees with stablecoins. And this is my Twitter. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. So it all started with a personal problem I have. How can I send USDC and USDT without needing another token to pay the blockchain transaction fee? And then there are two common methods now. First one is use centralized exchange or wallet providers. And second is use account abstraction and have a paymaster or gas layer to pay for transaction fees. So existing solution one, centralized providers. It works. Low to zero transaction fee, instant confirmation. Basically, if Amy wants to send Bob some money, Bob will get it right away. And sometimes like Amy doesn't need to pay fees at all. But the problems are funds are stored in the private keys controlled by the provider, exchange and like wallet providers, and user balance are merely reassigned in their centralized database. So it's not really like decentralized at all, as you can see in this diagram. And existing solution two, account abstraction. It's a buzzword, and it's like a lot of projects already working on it in the Ethereum ecosystem. You can pay with any tokens that Paymaster accepts, and developers of the account abstraction contracts will have to fund the Paymaster contract to cover fees for you. Usually the fees will be Ethereum if you're using Ethereum, or Solana if you're using Solana. Whatever chain you're using, you have to fund the contract with the native token of that chain. And most Paymaster contracts are centralized, with a few entities controlling the private keys that deploy those contracts. So ultimately, right now, at this moment, I don't think there are any like truly decentralized account abstraction set up yet. There's a simpler and more decentralized solution. New solution, Polkadot Asset Hub. There are two features that made this possible on Polkadot Asset Hub. The first one is sufficient assets, where users can hold USDT and USDT without having dots in their account. And the second one is asset conversion. After Polkadot 1.2 update, any fungible assets can be used to pay for transaction fees, as long as there's a conversion pool set up correctly. And I drew this little diagram to demonstrate how it works. So Bob here, he wants to send some USDC to Amy. So he signed this transaction saying that, hey, I want to send some USDC and I want to pay the fees with USDC. He sent the transaction to Polkadot Asset Hub. Polkadot Asset Hub is like, sure, let's check. So Bob, you pass in a signed extension called charge asset TX payment, and you also have a reference to a sufficient token, USDC in this case. And let's try to look up if there's a conversion pool for that. So yeah, there's a conversion pool for that. So I'm gonna convert some USDC to dots to pay the collateral fee, and then I'm gonna send the rest to Amy. And Amy gets her USDC, yay. Yeah, so enough said, let's jump into the demo. Give me like 2 minutes, I have to set up on my phone. It's a live demo. So yeah, MobiPay right here. You can click on it. It's currently a progressive web app now, and then users will have to register their own mnemonics. So as you can see, you can store, well, it can only store USDC and USDT right now, as those are two of the most well-known stablecoins. And then let's do a test transaction. I have to open Talisman, and I see Talisman. So send, and then you can scan the QR code, type in the amount you want to send. Let's send 2 USDC to this wallet. And then another good thing about asset conversion pool is that you can price. You get the price of network fee before you make the transaction. So if it's too expensive, then you don't have to send. You can wait for a reprice. and pay. It'll take a few minutes since it's a blockchain transaction. And you can check the transaction. It's pending. So let's just wait for the balance to update. I think it already updated. You want me to send another one? Yes? Okay. Just double check. This account doesn't hold any dots. It only has USDC and USDT. And then we were able to, 13 seconds ago, we were able to transact some USD. Shoot. We were able to transact some USDC to the other account. But this time, let's send some USDT. Oh. You didn't see that. So let's send 2 USDT. Same thing, you can see the network fee. You can see how much USDT you have to pay before you send. And then it's pending. I think it went through. Yes, it's fast. All right, so new solution, Polkadot Asset Hub. Pay fees with USDC and USDT. It's decentralized, low fees, and fast confirmation. Moving forward, so we solved pay fees with stablecoins. Now, there are still a lot of stuff that we need to work on before end user, like regular non-crypto users can fully use this as a day-to-day payment app. We need a simpler private key management system, something like passkey. And then we need a human-readable alias system, people chain. Maybe we can incorporate people chain or ENS or something like that in the future. And then most importantly, we need better developer toolings. So Puppy, they're actually giving a presentation right there somewhere. So make sure you check them out too. Thank you, MobiPay. That's the website, and this is the Twitter. Make sure you follow us. Q&A, questions? No? No questions?
No?
I want to send my mum some USDT. How can I pitch it to her? Like, could I send her, like, what would be the steps to onboard my mum into MobiPay? She has to download the app, or I'll go to the Progressive Web app, and then she has to create her own seed phrase. Is that the next step?
Yeah.
What's the onboarding process for my mum?
So you have to download the web app, and then you have to create a seed phrase and a password. It's similar to Talisman. It's the same thing. And then you have to try to remember your mnemonics. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's onboard our mums.
Okay, no more questions? No? Thank you so much. And we did it. We finished the 2 days on the stage. That was a fantastic ending. Thank you very much, James. Over and out.